The gentlelady from Connecticut.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch, the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend, Chair DeLore, and I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a speech about how important it is for us to stand up.
My bad, guys.
Terror.
My mic was muted, but I decided I'm just going to leave this up. I can't really talk a lot. My son is here, so I'm busy with him. But yeah, share this video out. I'll cover the House and the Senate floors for the next couple of hours.
But, Mr. Speaker, I cannot allow one of my colleagues to stand on the floor of the House of Representatives and label the Jewish democratic state of Israel an apartheid state. I reject it. Today, this caucus, this body, the House of Representatives will overwhelmingly stand with our ally, the state of Israel, in replenishing this defensive system. If you believe in human rights, if you believe in saving lives, Israeli lives and Palestinian lives, I say to my colleague who just besmirched our ally, then you will support this legislation. May I have 15 more seconds?
Yield the gentleman 15 seconds. I yield the gentleman 30 seconds.
Is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, we can have an opportunity to debate lots of issues on the House floor, but to falsely characterize the state of Israel is consistent with those, let's be clear, it's consistent with those who advocate for the dismantling of the one Jewish state in the world. And when there is no place on the map for one Jewish state, that's anti-Semitism, and I reject that. I stand in support of this important legislation. I thank the Speaker, the Majority Leader, the Chairwoman for bringing this forward, and I urge every one of my colleagues to stand with us in support of it.
The gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize the gentleman, the Republican whip, Minority Whip, Scalise, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my friend from Tennessee for yielding, and especially for his passion, the statements that he just made, and the importance of not only standing up for Israel, which we all need to do, but standing up against anti-Semitism, against the kind of attacks on Israel that the very Iron Dome are necessary for. The Iron Dome represents one of those great partnerships between our two great nations, this great bond between the United States and Israel, allowing Israel to defend themselves against attacks from Gaza, against attacks from terrorists who want to destroy Israel as a Jewish state. That's what this has always been about. And it had been heartening for decades that this was always a bipartisan issue. We shouldn't have to be here today to pass this bill because it should have been passed on Tuesday. There was a vote on the House floor to ensure Israel had the money to defend themselves, to put that $1 billion back in, and on a straight party line vote, every Democrat voted it down.
Hey guys, everyone that's watching on Facebook, I'm going to refresh. I'm going to start this whole feed over on Facebook, so I'm going to end it and then restart a new one. Just on Facebook, just on the main Wake Up America podcast page. So just click on my name, or actually the main Citizen Stringer News page. So just wait a minute, click on my name, you'll see a new live feed in like 30 seconds. This one's being shadow banned, so I'm going to fight it.
Anyone who lives in Israel under threat of terrorist attack can at least have some solace at knowing that the Iron Dome is there to protect them. Thousands of rockets were fired into Israel by terrorists. And that's why we need to put this $1 billion in place to allow them to replenish the Iron Dome missiles that saved lives in Israel. saved lives in Israel. That's what this is about. We should be with Israel, not just on Thursday. We should also be with them on Tuesday, on Monday. Every single day we need to stand with our ally Israel against attacks that we see from anti-Semites around the world. I strongly urge passage of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my good friend from Maryland and the Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute. We don't time here.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. This is not a partisan issue. And very frankly, the CR that was brought to the floor the other day would have said, we are going to pay the debts of the United States because we don't welch. And we are going to fund Iron Dome. Unfortunately, because to a person, our Republican colleagues would have refused and said they would not vote for that resolution. And because, yes, there were a very, very few who said they wouldn't vote for it on our side, because all of you would not vote for it, and we had just a handful who would not vote, we could not pass it. So the debt limit was at risk, and Iron Dome was at risk. And the chair of the Appropriations Committee, Rosa DeLauro, said that won't stand. And I stood on this floor and said we're going to bring an individual bill that I hope all of us will support. Now, obviously, all of us are not supporting it. There are some few who will not support this. But the overwhelming majority of this Congress, not in a partisan way, but in an American way, will support defending the democratic state of Israel created by the United Nations of the world to be an independent, sovereign, secure nation. And very frankly, in a bipartisan way, no nation on earth has been more important for the survival and security and sovereignty of that nation than the United States of America. Today continues that commitment. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, I said we will deal with Iron Dome without delay to help defend Israel against Hamas rocket attacks. Today, I am proud to bring this legislation to the floor and thank not only Chair DeLauro, but I also thank many who have spoken, and certainly my friend Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and Mr. Deutsch, and Mr. Schneider, and others who have talked to me about this issue. We bring this bill to the floor with the expectation that it will be overwhelmingly passed, because we will put behind us partisanship. Support for Israel has traditionally and must always be a bipartisan issue. That's because we overwhelmingly recognize the fundamental right of the Jewish people to live independently in their ancestral homeland and to do so in peace and in security. Since its founding, millennia ago in some respects, more particularly politically, 1948 to today, Israel has been under constant threat of attack from those who would deny its right to exist. not about offensive actions that they took, not about this action that they took, denied their very right to exist. As we continue to stand up for a two-state solution that achieves peace, security, and hope, and opportunity for both Israelis and Palestinians, we vigorously, strongly, unshakably stand for Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism. Make no mistake, Hamas and Hezbollah are terrorist organizations bent on murder and genocide, and of eliminating Israel from that map of which Mr. Deutsch talked. Supported by Iran, one of the most prolific supporters of terrorism in the world, and avowing not only the destruction of Israel but also harm to America, Hamas and Hezbollah continue to rain terror down upon innocent Israelis. In May, Hamas showed the world yet again why these terror organizations remain a threat to peace, to the future of both Israelis and Palestinians. The rocket attacks it launched from Gaza, a territory it rules with a draconian iron fist, sought to kill innocent Israeli citizens indiscriminately. Sadly, Hamas attacks compelled a defensive response that led to the deaths of innocent Palestinians trapped in Hamas's way or used as human shields by the terror organization's brutal rule. Mr. Speaker, much of the reason why so many innocent Israeli lives were saved was because of something we have done here in Congress since 2010, which is to fund and support and jointly develop the deployment of the defensive anti-rocket system called Iron Dome. Iron Dome has saved countless lives since 2010, including during the conflict in May, protecting schools, hospitals, synagogues, and family homes. The system continues to do its job with a rocket from Gaza being intercepted less than 2 weeks ago. During a period of 10 days in May, Hamas fired more than 4,400 rockets. 10 days. 4,400. Over 400 rockets a day fired into Israel. Iron Dome extraordinarily intercepted 90% of those rockets. That number, in just 10 days, was a dramatic escalation over the number of rockets fired at Israel by Hamas and Hezbollah over the previous 10 years, which was around 10,000 or 1,000 a year. 4,400 rockets in 10 days. Hezbollah, by the way, and we all recognize this, is estimated by published reports, I don't have the classified reports, to have 130,000 rockets aimed at Israel from southern Lebanon. The number of interceptors Israel's need to deal with these escalating attacks is going up dramatically as well. I talked to Mr. Lapid just 2 days ago, and he said to me, Congressman, I really don't know. We know how many rockets they have. We just don't know how many they will send at one time. So that we need to make sure that there is sufficient supply and the resupply after the rockets confronting the 4,400 rockets were used. Israel needed 2,400 interceptors for 10,000 rockets. In May, it needed 2,000 interceptors to take down the 4,400. As a result of May's unprecedented barrage and the use of Iron Dome to defend against it, the system needs to be replenished and strengthened. Mr. Speaker, I was proud to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the development and deployment of Iron Dome as part of the broad bipartisan support for Israel in Congress, as well as to support the joint American-Israeli development of David Sling long-range missile system. Why do we do that? Why do we ask the taxpayers of the United States of America to do that? We do it because we believe it's in their best interest. Yes, it's in Israel's interest. And yes, it's in the interest of Israelis. But it is in the security interest of the United States of America. And that's why we proudly stand up and support this funding and other funding that we give to Israel so that it can remain the democracy that honors human rights. Does everybody honor human rights every day? America? We can look in the mirror. Every country can do that. But Israel, unlike any other country in the Middle East, has a Supreme Court that says to the government, you cannot do that. This is the right thing to do. And then Israelis do it. A nation of laws, a nation of morals, a nation that's committed to the democratic process. This House will today reflect overwhelming support in a bipartisan basis. Today, I believe that we will again evidence our broad and bipartisan commitment to Israeli security, Israel's security, the safety of its people, and its right to self-defense. I want to thank Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro for introducing this legislation and our appropriators who worked on it, as I said, including Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Mr. Speaker, I trust that we will pass this today in just a few minutes. I trust the Senate will take it up immediately, and that we will send it to the President of the United States. He supports this. He urges that we pass it. He will do the same in the Senate. This is the right thing to do. It is what America does. It stands up for countries who stand up for freedom. And so I urge the House on both sides of the aisle to overwhelmingly support the passage of this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to commend Chairman Ted Deutsch. I'm grateful to be the ranking member of the Subcommittee of Middle East, North Africa, and Global Terrorism. I appreciate his heartfelt comments. I've been to Sderot. I've seen the example of the terrorist rocket attacks by Hamas from Gaza with Iranian rockets. I've seen the effect on mothers and families. And so this is something that should be addressed. And I appreciate Mr. Hoyer bringing it up, that indeed 4,400 rockets, 400 a day. A reason for that is the weakness of the Biden-Harris government. They're putting the people of Israel at risk. And then I also believe that what we see with Mr. Hoyer, he's being undercut. And I sympathize with him, that his political party, the Democratic Party, has become under the influence, extraordinary, bizarre influence of a group of anti-Semites who also hate the state of Israel. Very clear, as we saw a few minutes ago, right here, how horrible this is. And in fact, this vote is to cover the mistake of the Democratic Party. I vote for this.
I'm sorry.
I will vote.
Excuse me. How much time do you yield?
Yield additional 30 seconds to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
I will vote in favor of the bill, but this is really a cover by the Democratic Party of the far left movement of their party abandoning the people of Israel. And so I urge a yes vote, but this is clearly just to cover a mistake, a horrible, worse than a mistake, a bowing down of extremists within the Democratic Party. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves.
Sorry, I recognize the gentleman from...
The gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Okay.
I reserve the balance.
The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee.
Recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the time. Israel is arguably our most reliable ally in the world. Indeed, a beacon of light, a beacon of democracy in the Middle East. So how we could not work earlier this week to help them, to support them. Well, I'm glad today we could come together on both sides of the aisle and come to agreement on this with a strong support via this resolution. I visited Israel several times, and when you visit with the people there and talk with them, there's people that live their lives under a 15-second warning for when rockets might come in at random from anywhere in the zones that are near where the rockets are launched from, whether it's the Gaza, whether it's up in north in Lebanon. What a way to live a life. And so for us to not be able to come to agreement because of politics earlier this week is really sad. So I'm glad for our colleagues on both sides of the aisle that can come to agreement today and get strong votes for this to support Iron Dome, which is a defensive mechanism, technology that both us in the United States and Israel benefit from in making all of our interests stronger. So I'm glad we could have this support today and get it right. I yield back.
Time has expired. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no additional speakers and would like to be ready to close when it's appropriate.
The gentlelady from Connecticut continues to reserve.
Yes.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we have had yet another heated debate in the People's House in the greatest, freest nation in the world. The United States of America is a beacon of freedom. In my 10-year tenure in Congress, I've spoken with world leaders in Israel, in the Middle East, in Europe, across the globe. The world looks to the United States for leadership and for freedom. Our great ally in the Middle East, Israel, has been threatened. Its citizens have been threatened since its inception, and that is wrong. I associate myself partially with the remarks of the majority leader when he said we need to pass this bill today, and we do. We need to give Israel and the Israeli people the capability to continue to defend themselves against what are terrorist attacks on its people. Over 4,000 rockets directed by terrorists, supported by countries such as Iran and others who wish to seek destruction of Israel. As Americans, we can never allow that to happen. As human beings, we can never allow that to happen. And we need to be heard as that beacon of freedom in the United States of America, all over the world in our defense of Israel, because other countries have let them down. Today, we will not let Israel down. We will pass this bill. And to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, who once had a great Democratic Party like the great Republican Party in our great two-party system, stand up. Stand up and fight anti-Semitism wherever its ugly head is raised. It's the right thing to do. We will do it with our vote today, but we heard from someone from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib. We heard from their radical left wing that does not support Israel, that does not support the Jewish people, does not support their right, their inherent right to exist. Let us, as Americans, make our resolve now, today, and forever in our great republic to protect the people of Israel. Let's pass this bill, and let's associate our comments as Americans with those who will always stand up and fight anti-Semitism, racism, sexism, and every wrongism that exists. That is our great America. That is our great republic. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Republican colleagues' words ring hollow. What are the facts? With or without the Iron Dome funding, every single House Republican refused to support the continuing resolution. And I might add, we're proud of their opposition to the continuing resolution. But this, my friends, is not the first time. My Republican colleagues have voted against U.S. aid to Israel 3 times thus far in the 2022 appropriations bills. Over and over again, they say no to Israel. I say to them, stop politicizing the U.S. support of Israel. Stop your empty political gimmicks, such as your motion to recommit yesterday. The Democratic record is clear on our support for the U.S.-Israel defense relationship. We are standing up for it today. We have stood up for it in the past, and will continue to do that. And, Mr. Speaker, this bill provides the necessary funds for Iron Dome to continue to protect Israeli citizens, which furthers the goal of a lasting peace in the Middle East. I urge its adoption, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. All time has expired. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5323? Those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion...
I ask for the ayes and nays.
Tennessee. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
What happened there? Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaullier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaullier will vote yes on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on H.R. 5323.
Carolina, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote aye on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote yes on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote yes on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Russ Fulcher of Idaho, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote yea on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yea on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 5323. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on H.R. 5323. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 5323. As the member designated by Mr. Kim pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on H.R. 5323. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Michigan. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Latta of Ohio, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Latta will vote yes on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on 5323.
From Texas. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote yes on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stanton, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stanton will vote yes on H.R. 5323. And as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on passage of the Kayana Amendment. Excuse me, this is the wrong amendment, sorry. Will vote yes on this amendment. Mr. Carter will vote yes, excuse me. As a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote yes on the passage of this amendment. I don't know, I had it in the wrong order.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 5323. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vela, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vela will also vote yes on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Morelli, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote aye on H.R. 5323. And as the member designated by Representative Higgins, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Higgins will vote aye on H.R. 5323. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swalwell of California pursuant to H.Res. 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote yea on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speakers, the member designated by Representative Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting yea on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote aye on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, correcting a previous proxy mistake, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on H.R. 5323.
Does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on H.R. 5323.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 5323. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 5323.
On this vote, the yeas are 420, the nays are 9, with 2 recorded as present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 4350 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2022 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction, to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 25, printed in Part C of House Report 17-125, offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-125, offered by Mr. Bowman of New York.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on the Bowman amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the Bowen Amendment number 25.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on the Bowman Amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Ms. Wagner will vote no on Bowman Amendment number 25.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise? For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise? For what purpose does the gentleman from California
rise? As a member
rise?
designated by Mr. DeSaulier, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulier will vote yes on the Bowman Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Russ Fulcher of Idaho, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote nay on the Bowman Amendment number 25.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote no on the Bowman Amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the Bowman Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Latta of Ohio, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Latta will vote no on the Bowman Amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the Bowman Amendment. I'm going to vote yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on the Bowman Amendment number 25.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
As the member designated by, Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on the Bowman Amendment.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote nay on House Resolution 483 amendments. He votes nay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting nay on Bowman Amendment number 25.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Higgins, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Representative Higgins will vote aye on the Bowman Amendment. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Morelli, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote no on the Bowman Amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stanton, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stanton will vote no on the Bowman Amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the Bowman Amendment.
Purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on the Bowman Amendment number 25. As a member designated by Mr. Issa, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on the Bowman Amendment number 25.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on the Bowman Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the Bowman Amendment. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vela, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vela will vote no on the Bowman Amendment.
Purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the Bowman Amendment. The member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the Bowman Amendment. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote no on the Bowman Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote no on the Bowman Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the Bowman Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on the Bowman Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the Bowman Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on the Bowman Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Eric Swalwell pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote yea on the Bowman Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote no on the Bowman Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the Bowman Amendment. purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on Bowman Amendment number 25.
On this vote, the yeas are 141 and the nays are 286. The amendment is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of Amendment 26, printed in Part C of the House Report 117-125, offered by the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Mfume, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 26, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-125, offered by Mr. Mfume of Maryland.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on the Mfume amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on the Mfume Amendment, number 26.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Higgins pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Higgins will vote aye on the Mfume Amendment. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Morelli pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote aye on the Mfume Amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote no on Mfume Amendment number 26.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSallier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSallier will vote yes on the Mfume Amendment.
Pennsylvania. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes on the Mfume Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on the Mfume Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Russ Fulcher of Idaho, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote nay on amendment number 26.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stanton pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stanton will vote yes on the Mfume Amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the Mfume Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on the Mfume Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Latta of Ohio pursuant to House Resolution number 8, I inform the House that Mr. Latta will vote no on the Mfume Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the Mafumi Amendment. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vela pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Congressmember Vela will vote yes on the Mafumi Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Reschenthaler pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting no on FMUM Amendment number 26.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Andy Kim pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on the Mfume Amendment. As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the Mfume Amendment.
Gentleman from New York seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the amendment.
Does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Franco pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Franco will vote yes on the Maffume Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on the Mfume Amendment.
Gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swalwell of California pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote yes on the Mfume Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, the Yellow Hammer State, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the Mfume Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the Muffier Amendment 26.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on the Muffier Amendment number 26.
Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the Mfume Amendment. The member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the Mfume Amendment. The member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on the Mfume Amendment.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on the Munkfee Amendment. As a member designated by Mr. Issa of California pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on the Munkfee Amendment.
What purpose from the lady from Virginia, Ross?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the Mfume amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the Mfume amendment.
What purpose to the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ross?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the Mfume amendment. On this vote, the yeas are 219 and the nays are 202. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 28, printed in Part C of House Report 117-125, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-125, offered by Mr. Khanna of California.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on passage of the Khanna amendment. As a member designated by Mr. Issa of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on the Khanna amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman
Madam
from
Speaker,
California
as a member
seek
designated by
recognition?
Mr. DeSallier pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSallier will vote yes on the Khanna amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House Ms. Wagner will vote no on Khanna Amendment number 28.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Morelli, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote aye on the Khanna amendment. And as the member designated by Representative Higgins, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Representative Higgins will vote aye on the Khanna amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to House Res H, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on the Khanna amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the Khanna amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the Khanna amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on Amendment 28.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on the Khanna Amendment.
Does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Latta of Ohio, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Latta will vote no on the Khanna Amendment.
Purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
For me. As the member designated by Mr. Bobby Rush, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the Khanna Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on the Khanna Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Russ Fulcher of Idaho, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote nay on the Khanna Amendment number 28.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yea on agreeing to the Khanna Amendment.
Go. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on the Khanna Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting nay on Khanna Amendment number 28.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stanton, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stanton will vote yes on the Khanna Amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the Khanna Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on the Khanna Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the Khanna Amendment. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vela, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform this House that Congressmember Vela will vote yes on the Khanna Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the Khanna Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar is a yes on the Khanna Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the Khanna Amendment. The member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the Khanna Amendment. The member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on the Khanna Amendment.
Wait a minute. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Frankel, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on the Khanna Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on the Khanna Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on the Kana amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Eric Swalwell pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote yea on the Kana amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on the Kana Amendment number 28.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the Kana Amendment. On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 207. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 30, printed in Part C of House Report 117-125, offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-125, offered by Mr. Meeks of New York.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik of New York, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on the Meeks Amendment number 30.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Morelli pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote aye on the Meeks Amendment, and as a representative member designated by Representative Higgins pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Higgins will vote aye on the Meeks Amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on the Meeks Amendment number 30.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSallier will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Russ Fulcher, of Idaho, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote nay on the Meeks Amendment number 30.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes on H.R. 4350.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote no on Meeks Amendment number 30.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the Meeks Amendment. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the Meeks Amendment. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on the Meeks Amendment.
For what does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stanton, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stanton will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on the Meeks Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on the passage of the Meeks Amendment. As a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on the passage of the Meeks Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I will inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
There's nothing there. Sorry. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on the, I'm sorry, this is Meek's amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the Meeks amendment. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vela, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vela will vote yes on the Meeks amendment.
Does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Latta of Ohio pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Latta will vote no on the Meeks amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the Meeks Amendment number 30.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Swalwell of California pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote yea on the Meeks Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Reschenthaler pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will vote nay on Meeks Amendment number 30.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on the Meeks Amendment number 30.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, the jackhammer state, and pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment.
Does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the Meeks Amendment.
On this vote, the yeas are 223, the nays are 204. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 35, printed in Part C of House Report 117-125, offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-125, offered by Mrs. Carolyn B. Maloney of New York.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on the Maloney Amendment number 35.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Morelli pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote aye on the Maloney Amendment. And as the member designated by Representative Higgins pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Higgins will vote aye on the Maloney Amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the Maloney Amendment 35.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the Maloney Amendment, and as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the Maloney Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner will vote no on the Maloney Amendment number 35.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulier will vote yes on the Maloney Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Latta of Ohio pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Latta will vote no on the Maloney Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on the Maloney Amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Russ Fulcher of Idaho, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote nay on the Maloney Amendment number 35.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the Maloney Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on the Carol Maloney Amendment.
Does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeFazio, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on the Maloney Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Johnson will vote yea on the Maloney Amendment. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the Maloney Amendment. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on the Maloney Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, whose state motto, "We dare defend our rights," and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the Maloney Amendment.
Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on the Maloney Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Stanton pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stanton will vote yes on the Maloney Amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the Maloney Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the Maloney Amendment. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vela pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Vela would vote yes on the Maloney Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on passage of the Maloney-Carolyn Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on the Maloney Amendment.
Does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik of New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on the Maloney Amendment number 35.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler, Pennsylvania, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting nay on Maloney Amendment number 35.
Purpose, this gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Rush, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the Maloney amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Andy Kim, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on the Maloney amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on the Maloney amendment.
Purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on the Maloney amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the Maloney amendment. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Swalwell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote yea on the Maloney amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on the Maloney Amendment number 35.
On this vote, the yeas are 223. On this vote, the yeas are 223, the nays are 202. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on the Amendment 36, printed in Part C of House Report 117-125, offered by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-125, offered by Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Gentlemen seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, the Yellowhammer State, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rice will vote nay on Johnson Amendment number 36.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Franco, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Franco will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner of Missouri will vote no on the Johnson Amendment number 36.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Morelli, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote aye on the Johnson Amendment, and as the member designated by Representative Higgins, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Higgins will vote aye on the Johnson Amendment. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Latta of Ohio, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Latta will vote no on the Johnson Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on passage of the Johnson Amendment. As a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on passage of the Johnson Amendment.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stanton, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stanton will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment. and as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the Johnson amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Reschenthaler pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting nay on Johnson Amendment number 36.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment.
Does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Russ Fulcher of Idaho pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fulcher will vote nay on the Johnson Amendment number 36.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that pursuant to H-Res 8, Ms. Escobar will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Stefanik of New York pursuant to House Res H, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on the Johnson Amendment number 36.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSallier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSallier will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the Johnson Amendment. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on the Johnson Amendment. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on the Johnson Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on the Johnson Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vela pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Congressmember Vela will vote no on the Johnson Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on the Johnson Amendment number 36.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote no on the Johnson Amendment number 36.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Swalwell pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote nay on the Johnson Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment. As a member designated by Mr. Kim, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kim will vote yes on the Johnson Amendment.
On this vote, the yeas are 199, the nays On this vote, the yeas are 198, the nays are 231. The amendment is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on Amendment 38, printed in Part C of House Report 117-125, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-125, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purposes, gentleman from Indiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on the amendment.
For what purposes, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Morelli pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote no on the Garamendi amendment. And as the member designated by Representative Higgins pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Higgins will vote no on the Garamendi amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Reschenthaler, as per House Reg 8, I want to inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting no on Amendment 38.
For what purposes, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSallier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. DeSallier will vote yes on the Garamendi amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Latta of Ohio, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Latta will vote no on the Garamendi amendment.
In a hearing that was the height of deniability on any responsibility, all of them continue to cling to this blatant falsehood that every American knows is not the case. This wasn't an extraordinary success, what we witnessed in Afghanistan. The whole country knows that. In fact, the whole world knows that. This is the cover from a few weeks ago of The Economist magazine. Pretty honest, well-respected magazine. Much of the world reads it, and that's what The Economist called it: Biden's debacle. If you look in the magazine, it goes into several articles about the implications of Biden's debacle. Here's some of the names, titles of the articles in this magazine.
Real quick, everybody. 54 minutes ago, an active shooter was reported in Colliersville, Tennessee. Police are currently on scene. They say they have 12 victims. The AP is reporting that one person is dead, including the shooter. Or I think one person was killed. The shooter's injured. Or the shooter took his own life. And, excuse me, and 12 others are injured in this shooting. This was at a Kroger grocery store at 240 New Bahalia Drive, I believe. So I just wanted to give an update. I wasn't able to give an update because I wasn't here, but I'm back now. That is the latest update. Let's go back to the Senate hearing. I'll switch back and forth between the House and Senate for a while.
It was a debacle. It was a debacle. Now, some things are becoming increasingly clear as the administration tries to defend this. Tries to explain it. As The Economist magazine mentions, This is President Biden's fiasco. Despite attempts by the civilian leadership in the Biden administration to explain this away with regard to blame on Donald Trump or the generals, this was 100% President Biden's.
Oh, hold on. I see a comment by Rebecca on Twitch. I have a serious question, and I don't mean to like throw you under the bus or anything, but I have a serious question for you. Do you literally believe that when there's a mass shooting, or when we invaded Afghanistan, or when we withdrew from Afghanistan, or the Haitian border crisis, or anything, do you firmly believe that all of these are setups or optics to hide the results of the election or any of these audits? Like, do you really, really honestly believe that? Or is that just a fun thing for you to say, to throw out there and say, yes, some unconnected person will go shoot up a grocery store because tomorrow the audit results are coming out? Like, I mean, there's so many things I could say. I'm not going to, but I don't understand why people do that. Do you know when people say those kind of things? Do you know when people say those kind of things, Rebecca? Any person that may be in this chat or maybe, you know, watching these streams trying to figure out what's going on in the news, when people talk about all these weird psyop conspiracy theory BSs, it takes away from the actual event. When you say a mass shooting that takes place is because it's to take the optics off something in the future. It's crazy. I'm waiting for her to answer. Other people are saying they agree that this is a psyop, and I'll be honest, guys. Maybe you need to find a new place to watch your news. I'll be honest, because that kind of conspiracy theory shit is the kind of reasons why Trump supporters, why Republicans, why conservatives, why anyone who thinks that the January 6th defendants are not getting a fair shake at the law and aren't getting due process. It's those kind of conspiracies that literally make everyone else look in a bad light. Look at what happened with January 6th. They take the radical comments of certain people and then they apply it to everybody else. I mean, I'm tired of seeing that stuff. You're not awake. You are absolutely, Rebecca, you're saying you're awake, Steve? No, what you're doing is you're dreaming. You're dreaming. You're wishing, and maybe I understand that concept, because I also don't understand why there's mass shootings and all that stuff that happen all over the country. But I can honestly say I've never once thought there was a mass shooting to cover up a future release of audit results. Ever. I just don't understand that. I don't understand that. Someone said, we don't care what people think about us. Well, I do. Okay, because my platform is not about conspiracy theories or you know what that is? That's misinformation. That, to me, here's the same thing. Rebecca, if you want the truth on Twitch, if you want the truth, what you just did there to minimize what happened or what happened at the Kroger grocery store and say it has to do with what's going on, what the audit results being released tomorrow, you know what that is? That's called gaslighting. It's the same exact thing that CNN is doing right now. It's the same exact thing that the Biden White House is doing right now. It's the same exact thing that they do all the time. They are just literally manipulating and making up the truth. Now someone else is saying, do you know for sure? You're lucky April's has the doctor's appointment. You're lucky, because I just get rid of all of you. Well, unfollow my page. That's what I'd prefer. Do you know for sure it was a real shooting? We don't know that. People were shot, you dumbass. Yeah, of course it was a real shooting. Are you dumb? They're not going to report that 13 people were shot, one person was dead, and the guy that was shooting everybody shot himself. They're not going to report that. They're not going to report that if it wasn't a real shooting. Don't understand it. Someone said it's optics as well, keeping our eyes off everything. Do you Oh my gosh, dude. Please just get off my page. Go to the conspiracy theory pages and stuff. This isn't for that. What we do is we report news. Okay? I don't want to have a platform of people that are like, "Oh shit, I saw a unicorn yesterday. Oh, I have ghosts. Oh, look, that squirrel turned into a giraffe in front of my eyes." Well, no, the squirrel could turn into a giraffe, but the purpose of that would take away from the Arizona audit results. Deborah said, "Are you? I haven't seen it on the news." What, the mass shooting that takes place that's breaking right now across every single news wire? It just happened an hour ago. I don't know how anyone could say, "Do you even know the shooting's real?" Yeah, it's all over the news. Get off Twitter. Get off Twitch and go actually watch the news. Go turn on anything, but you don't believe it because you're so hell-bent on believing these weird conspiracy theories. And I'm not trying to be like negative. I'm really not. I think I'm frustrated that people are that confused. Okay, a lot of things don't make sense. These mass shootings don't make sense. The fact that we have 15,000 migrants crossing the border don't make sense. The fact that we withdrew from Afghanistan and we're leaving hundreds of Americans, including 40 children, mind you, from California that are still in Afghanistan, can't get out. All that stuff happening. The fact that nobody actually understands why. Nobody understands why. But here's the thing. Why are you making shit up? Why do you minimize the fact that people lost their lives and people's lives have been affected to try to say, well, it's because of the audits being... And I've been hearing that for a long time. I heard that about Afghanistan. The whole reason Biden pulled out of Afghanistan was to take the attention away from the Arizona audits. The whole reason Haitian migrants are at the border is to take attention away from Haitian migrants. I don't understand it. Next thing you need to tell me is that squirrels sit down and eat dinner with you every night. I mean, that's and it's really confusing to me is how people. I'm trying not to say dense, but that's what it is. Someone said it sounded like you burned out, bro. Maybe I did. Maybe I'm tired of that stuff. That's literally look at January 6th. Look at the reason why January 6th actually happened, and look at what it's been represented as. Okay, the main ringleader of January 6th is a guy that was wearing a Viking helmet that talks about lasers and stuff. Not real, but that's why they're doing it. That's why the media keeps saying it, is because that guy comes out and says all sorts of crazy stuff all the time. That's why people in our chat are doing the same thing, and I'm going to call those people out because you can't do that. You can't say, "Oh, a mass shooting that took place that we know took place is a psyop to take eyes off of the audit results." Do you guys not understand the audit results are not going to change the 2022 election results? It's not going to change anything. So literally stop with that bullshit. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to change. We already know what happened. So proving what we already know doesn't do anything. It doesn't change anything. And the people that actually look at Arizona, Cyber Ninjas is now getting investigated and having their whole shit ripped through by Democrat-led House members. They already released the data. We already know what was there. It doesn't do anything. So stop talking about it. Pay attention to the future. And please, God, please, do not give credit to some mythical bullshit. There was a mass shooting that took place an hour ago, and then some bonehead, and yes, I said bonehead, and I know you've been watching us for a long time, okay? But when you come on to my platform and you say, well, that mass shooting is a result of it's to take away from the attention from the audits tomorrow. That's why it happened. No, it's because some nutbag grabbed a gun and went to a grocery store and shot people. That's why. Because in this country right now, that's what you do. That's what happens. It's happening all over the place. I don't understand. I don't understand how people can keep doing that all the time. And then to say, do we even know the shooting's real? Fucking dumb. I don't report stuff. I don't report stuff on my channel unless it's already verified and we know what's going on. I apologize to everybody else, but I've gotten... Someone said, real question, how close is yesterday's bus stop shooting to this? To what? To Tennessee? To Louisville? I don't know how far they are. They're not connected. Doubt they're connected. Someone said, we the people are very, 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 very frustrated, angry, and don't know how to express or get relief. Okay, so we make shit up? Is that the answer? Well, we're very, very, very frustrated and don't know how to express ourselves and get relief, so we're just going to pretend that unicorns are real. We're going to pretend that the audit results, the future audit results, people are going out and doing mass shootings to deflect off that. Come on, man. Come on. We're not CNN. I'm not going to promote that bullshit on my platform. And here's the thing, Rebecca. When you go on my platform and you write those kind of comments, and I'm not trying to you're still thinking that it's right. When you go on to social media and you write those comments, there may be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 people that are waiting to get the courage to call in, waiting to get the courage to find out what's really going on in this country, waiting. And then they see a comment like that and they're like, holy shit, I don't want to be with this group of people. Thomas Tao. Oh my God, bro. My platform is not a platform for conspiracy theories. All right. I don't know if I can make it any clearer than what I just said. Someone said, come off your high horse and get into your stream, Rebecca. You may have been to Twitch platform. Never been there myself. I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck that means, status quo. You said, I didn't mean to upset you. This is just how I feel. Well, you can't. I mean, that's not a rational thought. It's not a rational thought to think that some future event, that this was a psyop or something. It's not rational. It's not rational at all. Someone said, how's my son doing? He's fine. He wasn't even sick. Kid came running out and he's like, hey, Dad. Kid wasn't sick. They sent him home because he had a runny nose and a headache. Headache has gone away. The kid's jumping on his bed. He's fine. Would you agree that the country is in a Cold War right now? No, I wouldn't agree we're in a Cold War. I think we're at war with ourselves. I think we're at war with ourselves. And I don't think it's going to get any better anytime soon. Do I think we're in a Cold War? Nah. I think all the other countries right now are sitting back laughing at us. That's what I think. And Rebecca, seriously, you've been here a long time. I'm not trying to call you out. I don't want people writing stupid ass shit in my comments. I really don't. And I feel like that was it not only is that reckless and irresponsible, it hurts our platform when you write things like that. Okay? Because then it takes away from what we're trying to do here. Because we don't want people to turn away or not use our platform because someone says something dumb in the comments. I really don't. And we've had people that do it. We have a lot of people that watch PTNN every single day and never even chat, ever. Because they read the comments and they get a gist and they feel like they won't be welcome. And our chat is a little cliquey on Citizen Stringer. But they do it every day. And there's people, and I get it. Don said, war is coming, Steve, 2 to 3 years. Fuck that. We're not even going to make it another year. Because the terrorists are going to start attacking us next. Here in the United States. Country's weak right now. Weak right now. A fake Border Patrol story has now caused... You can't even make it up. We're weak, dude. We're weak. Someone said I don't comment much either, but not because of other people's feelings. Well, people do. You know? Someone said sometimes it's time to think outside the box. That's not outside the box. It's rational thoughts. Like, that's not rational. You have to understand that. Like, take a hard look. Stop typing in the chat and think about it. It's not. That's not a rational thought. It's not a rational thought to say a mass shooting is occurring because of audit results being released. Because we already know the audit results are not going to get any coverage. So it's not a rational thought. It's literally like it's just up there with CNN saying, you know, Border Patrol whipped Haitians. We know it's not true. We actually have the evidence it's not true. Someone else is telling me to read something from the Bible. I'm not going to read anything. I'm telling you guys what I feel like. And that's the beauty of me having a platform to do it. And I apologize. Rebecca's been here a long time. I've never seen a comment like that though. Never seen a comment like that, but someone else said, new view here, by the way, not a QAnon wingnut for the record. No, I mean, QAnon are Democrats. All this, if you're a QAnon believer and you believe everything QAnon says, you really fed right into the whole Democratic thing. I firmly believe QAnon is Nancy Pelosi or some other high-powered Democrat that's sitting there going, ha ha, it's the best op in the world. It was, and it caught so many people. So many people. But, again, I'll, again, for the record, apologize again to Rebecca. You just made a really dumbass comment. Right? So, but I apologize. Here's the thing. I could say there's going to be a mass shooting tomorrow, and I am factually correct in that. And tomorrow is Friday. I could say right now, tonight, there's going to be 2 more mass shootings across the United States, and I will be factually correct. You know why? Because we average 15 of them a week now. You know, so I don't even know how you would check Q. Someone said still most of us check Q regularly. I don't even know what the hell that means. I don't even know how you check Q. Is there a website for Q? And don't post it. I could give 2 shits. Rebecca said, "Oh, now, yep. Here she goes. Well, I'm glad you aren't silencing me. It has nothing about silencing. I'm saying it's stupid. It's not. You don't have freedom of speech on a private platform. Do you understand that your comment could single-handedly take down my Twitch channel if we get one bad Twitch mod that comes in there and doesn't like it because it's spreading false news?" It's not about silencing anybody. It's about having people use their brain before they type something. You literally said that the death, the families of people that were just killed is a psyop? Is a psyop to take away from audit results that nobody's going to pay attention to? And I know I'm being an ass in it. Damn it. And I found the perfect space, office space. And someone just signed a lease on it before he got me the lease. Fuck. It was perfect too. That's my day, dude. My day is just shit today. My day is shit. Anyway. Someone said, can I ask if we can't express our feelings or thoughts on any platform, where can we? On your own. That's the beauty of it. Anyone that wants to say something stupid, you know what you can do? Is go out and make your own Twitch channel. Make your own YouTube channel. Make your own, D-Live or Facebook. You can do that. You have the ability to do it. I don't want that crazy conspiracy theory shit in my chat, because what it does is it takes away from the victims. It takes away from the people that died today. It takes away from the 13 people that were shot. It takes away from their family. It takes away from all that. I don't want that here. Do you know what I mean? I don't want it here. Will I be having it on my stream tomorrow? The Arizona audit? No. Will we talk about it? Maybe. But I'm not going to live stream none of that shit. Because it doesn't do anything. It's going to have literally zero effect on our country right now. It's not going to do anything. Anyway. I'm going to switch back to the Senate. Oh my God, that spot would have been perfect, and it was cheap as hell. That spot was perfect, and it was cheap. Now he wants me to take a bigger spot, and I'm not doing it. He could sit and have it empty. Let me know what you're willing to pay. Fuck, man. I wanted that spot. Someone said Blinken press briefing. Yeah, that's fine. We're not going to cover that either. They're not going to say anything, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm going to switch back to the Senate. And then I'll just be going back and forth between Senate and House.
Is once these people make it into the United States.
Wait, someone said, what is school making your son do to return to school? Nothing. We drop him off. That's it. Tomorrow. He doesn't need to do anything. He's not symptomatic. He had a runny nose.
And what do they tell him? Said, I made it. I made it, and you can too. And so they keep coming. Well, as I said, this is big business for the cartels. They get rich off of the migrants, of course. And second, when they flood the border with all of these migrants, these huge numbers, it overwhelms the Border Patrol. Just with unaccompanied children alone. In the Rio Grande Valley sector, the Border Patrol chief said he's had to take as many as 40% of the Border Patrol off of the border just to take care of and to process these unaccompanied children. And what do the cartels do? Well, they're not stupid. They're actually pretty smart. And they know when Border Patrol is not guarding the border, that this is a tremendous opportunity to move their illegal drugs across the border into the United States. This isn't just some conspiracy theory. This is a tried and true tactic of the narcos. Earlier this week, the administration admitted to congressional staff that this was a coordinated effort by the cartels to direct Haitian migrants to a single location and overwhelm Customs and Border Protection. In other words, this entire surge was orchestrated by a bunch of criminals. They intentionally flooded one section of the border so that personnel from others would be moved. In fact, there were 400, I believe, that Chief Ortiz said he moved from other sectors of the Border Patrol to come to Del Rio to deal with this humanitarian crisis. And you better believe that the cartels took advantage of the fact that they left holes in our security along the border in order to ply their poison and to move more migrants across the border. Even though we're familiar with the tactic and we've seen it time and time again, the administration still removed agents from checkpoints in the Del Rio sector to respond to the migrant surge, playing right into the hands of the cartels when they took agents off the front line. The cartels are simply playing a game. Well, actually, they're playing three-dimensional chess while the Biden administration is playing checkers. And the cartels are continuing to get rich off of this trafficking in human beings and drugs. No surprise, this shifting of resources is simply not sustainable. The administration continues to play whack-a-mole on the southern border. Every time progress is made on one crisis, another one pops up. The administration says they're trying to control the crisis in Del Rio, and there were early statements that they would make use of Title 42, a public health title that gave the Border Patrol authority to expel migrants based on concerns about spreading COVID-19, because these migrants are not tested, they're not vaccinated, Yet they're put on buses and sent off into the interior of the United States to contribute to the ongoing pandemic. But the administration does have tools. Title 42 would have given them the authority to turn back the migrants, at least the adults. But now, with reports that the administration continues to release migrants into the United States, this backsliding will cause this situation to repeat itself. Maybe the next surge won't be in Del Rio. Maybe it will be in the Rio Grande Valley or El Paso or any other sector in the U.S.-Mexico border. My state has 1,200 miles of common border with Mexico. There's 2,000 miles of common border with the United States and Mexico. So my state is feeling the disproportionate negative impact on our border communities, and they need help. Without a clear, consistent, and effective approach across the entire border, Del Rio will become the new normal. There are a lot of questions we need to ask about the administration, and I'm glad that Chairman Durbin announced we will have an oversight hearing of the Department of Homeland Security in the coming weeks. But in particular, I want to know what the administration is doing with these 15,000 individuals once they're processed by Border Patrol. When Mr. Mayorkas says the process is working, does that mean he's taking these migrants and placing them into the interior of the United States, contrary to the earlier statements that they were going to transport these migrants by airplane back to Haiti? I'd like to know how many of these migrants are being returned under Title 42. How many of them are family units? How many have been released with a notice to report, this turn yourself into ICE idea? How many of these individuals never report to ICE to commence their immigration court proceedings? And most importantly, is the DHS following through on their stated intent to expel or remove these individuals? That would be real deterrence. That would discourage more people from coming. But if we find out that the administration and the Secretary have been lying to us, that instead of expelling these individuals, they've been placing them into the interior of the United States using this flawed catch and release approach, that's a serious problem. Transparency is key, and I hope we will have an opportunity to ask these questions under oath in the coming week. I'd also like to know if the administration plans to appeal Judge Sullivan's ruling on the use of Title 42. There's only about another week left before Judge Sullivan's order saying that Title 42 is no longer available kicks in. It's important that, especially while the pandemic is still upon us, that public health officials have this authority under Title 42, because if Title 42 isn't available, the Border Patrol tells me they fear they will lose control entirely. Title 42 has been important during the pandemic, and as we know, the pandemic is not over. Unless Judge Sullivan's order is appealed and reversed, the U.S. government will not be able to use this to expel most of the migrants. And there's no reason to believe that many people, particularly the cartels and others that benefit from illegal immigration, won't try to write off of Judge Sullivan's most recent decision to obtain an injunction against the use of Title 42. Without Title 42, we'll once again face overcrowded processing centers and even greater humanitarian crisis. Unfortunately, the migrant surge is only a piece of the crisis in Del Rio. Those who depend on the ports of entry and the bridges at our U.S. border are dying for lack of economic lifeline that represents. And so the Biden administration has been closing these ports of entry without regard for its impact on these border communities. President Biden can't put the open the border sign out for illegal immigration, yet close the border for legitimate trade and travel. It defies common sense, and it's fundamentally unfair. Well, Mr. President, there's so much more we could say, but the Biden administration can't continue to enable these cartels or send signals to migrants encouraging them to come. This growing crisis isn't fair to law enforcement, and it isn't fair to our border communities, and it's not fair to the migrants. We need a clear strategy from the administration that leads to results and stops the humanitarian crisis on our own border.
Senator from New Jersey is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent that I be allowed to make a statement prior to the vote that is pending, and that my full statement be allowed to be made prior to that.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we are here at this normally Thursday night. We wouldn't be here under normal circumstances, but we're here because one member of the Senate has determined to impede the entire national security infrastructure as it relates to the foreign policy of the United States. What we do in the State Department and that which comes to the Committee on Foreign Relations has to do with the essential security of the United States. It is the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that has jurisdiction over global arms sales. It is the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that has jurisdiction over the authorization of the use of force. It is the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that deals with treaties across the globe. It is the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that deals with the question of nuclear arms and proliferation and so much more. And it is the State Department that perpetuates the national interests and security of the United States in its positions across the globe, both at home in the first place, but across the globe. Now, I've had plenty over the course of 30 years of doing foreign policy work between the House and the Senate, and 16 years in the Senate, plenty of moments where I had a fundamental disagreement, a very strong one, with an administration about their policy. But I did not hold up the entire national security infrastructure of the State Department that puts at risk the nation. I hear all these speeches about security. You're putting at risk the nation. Wouldn't it be nice if we had some of the critical people? I just heard my colleague from Texas in position beyond the Department of Homeland Security to deal with the hemispheric challenges that we have on immigration in Central America, in Latin America. The Haitians who are at the border today didn't just come from the earthquake and disasters and assassination and hurricanes that have taken place. Right? They have been in Latin America for quite some time. They've just made their way to the border. Wouldn't it be nice if we had the people in place to deal, ambassadors and others, to deal in those countries to find a way forward on how we humanely deal with that challenge? Wouldn't it be nice if we had the person in charge of East Asia and the Pacific to deal with our challenges with China? This Senate came together a few months ago and said China is the single most significant national security challenge, the most significant geostrategic challenge we have in the world. And yet we have vacancies galore to deal with that very challenge. I have members who come to me and say, Mike, this company from my state is having a problem in X, Y, Z. Well, wouldn't it be nice to be able to have an ambassador in that country to deal with the challenges of that American company? Or people who come to me and talk to me about their challenges in getting a loved one, somebody from their state, to be able to come. Our consular offices, wouldn't it be nice to have somebody in the position to deal with that? Wouldn't it be critical as we deal with the questions of law enforcement and drug trafficking to have the head of that, the assistant secretary, in position so that we could deal with those challenges? So whatever view our colleague from Texas has about Nord Stream, and I happen to believe that on the substance he is right, but this procedure is wretchedly wrong because it puts us at risk in so many dimensions. And something will happen somewhere in the world where we are not present because one senator decided to hold up that nominee that would have made a difference. We already saw it as we were trying to deal with challenges in our hemisphere and those who related to Afghanistan. It's ridiculous. So our colleague who's holding this all up, because these nominees overwhelmingly passed the Senate Foreign Relations Committee either unanimously, hear me, unanimously, or with strong bipartisan votes. We just saw the cloture vote before, 77. We are leaving these positions unfilled. The position is untenable to continue to be able to meet the challenges the State Department has in fulfilling whose interests? The interests of the American people across the globe. So it's time to get over that. We have only passed in this body two of President Biden's ambassadorial appointments. Two. This administration has been in office 9 months. If I were to look at the same time period with President Trump, we did far better. I didn't agree with President Trump on a whole host of foreign policy decisions, but I understood that having people in place was critical, even when I disagreed with them philosophically, was critical to promote the national interest and security of the United States. So it's time to get over this. These positions would normally pass by voice, much less taking hours, of which, by the way, the debate is not even about the nominees or their positions. It's about immigration and this and that and the other thing. The debate is not even about these critical national security positions. I don't want to hear about people coming to the floor and talking about national security when they're leaving all these positions vacant. Now, let me specifically address the nominees that we are voting on. I want to express my support for the nominations of Daniel Crittenbrink to be the Assistant Secretary of State for East Asia and the Pacific. Oh, China! Karen Donfrey to be the Assistant Secretary of State for Europe and Eurasian Affairs. Oh, we're trying to have a strong transatlantic alliance. We're talking about Ukraine, Belarus. Monica Medina to be the Assistant Secretary of State for Oceans and International Environmental Scientific Affairs. Scientific affairs, yeah. COVID. Mary Catherine Fee to be the Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs. We are having a huge challenge. I've been privileged to meet two of the African presidents here in the last couple of days since they're here for UN Week. China is all over Africa. We need an Assistant Secretary who is engaged in the continent of Africa to be promoting the views of America's democracy, human rights, rule of law, investment, trade, and opportunity. We're nowhere there. Todd Robinson to be the Assistant Secretary of State for International Narcotics and Law Enforcement. You know, I hear speeches about fentanyl. I agree. Wouldn't it be nice to have the Assistant Secretary of State to work hemispherically and beyond to make sure that we don't get more fentanyl into our country? And Jessica Lewis to be the Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs. If ever we needed someone who is engaged on the conduct of political and military affairs and how that faces national security challenges, it's now. These are the people we're voting on. These are the people who overwhelmingly came out of the committee on the unanimous or bipartisan votes. This is a superbly qualified nominees. And I have, if it's not obvious, some very deep frustration about them languishing on the floor for weeks due to Republican holes. And I have a frustration that we have not been able to more precipitously move people to the committee to bring them to the floor. We have close to 100 nominations for the State Department and USAID that are pending. It's a crisis number. These nominations include positions and ambassadorships to countries throughout Latin America and Africa, places where competition with China and Russia is real, where we need ambassadors in place to project U.S. power, to assist and protect U.S. citizens, and to promote our companies. We are less safe when our national security agencies are so underwhelmed. We owe it to the Senate and the American people to fix this problem. I'm pleased to be supporting the nomination of Ambassador Daniel Crittenbrink to be Assistant Secretary of State for East Asia and Pacific Affairs. In recent years and on a bipartisan basis, the United States has reassessed, rebalanced our approach to the Indo-Pacific to take into account the reality of our competitive relationship with China. So this is a region rich with pressing challenges, from North Korea's nuclear and missile programs to a rollback in human rights and democracy across the region. Ambassador Crittenbrink will be able to draw from decades of experience in the region to lead our efforts in this area. Also to be supporting Dr. Karen Donfried's nomination, which is a testament to the Biden administration's effort to rebuild the transatlantic relationship, which was significantly damaged by the last administration. I know that Dr. Donfried's knowledge and experience, including previously as the Senior Director for European Affairs at the National Security Council, will serve the country well as we seek to renew that transatlantic relationship. These are issues dealing with Russia, Turkey, Belarus, our support for Ukraine. I hear all the time these speeches about the support for these countries. Wouldn't it be nice to have the person? Forget about nice. Isn't it critical to have the person that can be promoting that view? Monica Medina to be the Assistant Secretary for Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs. I'm convinced that she is eminently qualified, including the time that she spent as Principal Deputy Undersecretary of Oceans and Atmospheres in the Department of Commerce, and a variety of leadership roles focused on ocean conservation, environmental policy, and science. Likewise, I'm pleased to support Ambassador Mary Catherine Fee to be the Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs. African Affairs. As I said, we have an enormous challenge on the African continent. Todd Robinson to be the leader as the Assistant Secretary of State for the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs. We want to deal with the coyotes that my colleague was talking about. Let's put somebody in a position to go after them. INL's work is critical to our international efforts to combat narcotics, to deal with fentanyl, to deal with trafficking routes that extend through Mexico and all the way back to China. And then Ms. Jessica Lewis. Finally, it's with a mixture of deep pride and some sorrow that this body will consider the nomination of Ms. Lewis to be the next Assistant Secretary of State for the Bureau of Political Military Affairs. Almost 20 years ago, I hired Jessica for her first job on Capitol Hill as my Foreign Policy Advisor and Staff Director of the House Foreign Affairs Committee's Western Hemisphere Subcommittee, of which I was the ranking member. After moving to the Senate and working for Senator Harry Reid for nearly a decade, she took up the Staff Director position at the Foreign Relations Committee. Throughout her tenure in all of these positions, members, senators, and staff on both sides of the aisle benefited from her deep knowledge of foreign policy, her leadership, and indeed her love of the Congress itself with all its nuanced rules and procedures. Jessica is recognized across party lines as one of the most effective and trusted leaders on Capitol Hill. She is a trailblazer for women in national security. And when approved by the Senate, and I have no doubt she will be, she'll be the first woman confirmed to hold this position. It would be impossible to catalog all of her accomplishments, from getting countless bills passed through the committee and into law, supporting efforts to conduct serious oversight of the executive branch, regardless of which party is in power, to striving to build a truly diverse staff of the Foreign Relations Committee. I have no doubt you'll bring that commitment to mentorship, integrity, and public service to the State Department as well. So we expect to see her after she gets confirmed back here, answering questions and being part of this incredibly important job that she will be doing in bringing political military affairs together. I hope that we do not have to go through these 100 nominees through 2-hour sessions of each nominee in order to get them to start working for the United States and its national security. That's what's at stake here. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I come to the floor today, I want to acknowledge that we have had an active shooter situation in Collierville, Tennessee, right outside of Memphis. And we've spoken with authorities. We have local, state, and federal authorities. We are aware that there are 13 individuals that have been shot. The shooter is dead. But we're very grateful for law enforcement that have stepped up in this situation and prayerful for those that have been adversely impacted and have been victims of this shooting situation. Mr. President, I ask that I have permission to complete my remarks before the scheduled vote.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. This week we've heard from many of my Democratic colleagues about the various ways that Republicans have supposedly dragged this country to the brink of collapse. But what they've ignored in their manufactured hysteria and disgust in some parts is the fact that it is indeed Democrats who have control of the entire United States government at this point. And it was the Democrats who chose to govern alone starting on day one of the Biden administration. Over the past 8 months, Joe Biden and his Democratic friends have indulged their worst instincts and taken unprecedented steps to bring every single aspect of American life under the control of the federal government. They are the ones who are now threatening the American people with shutdowns and default, rather than using the tools at their disposal to raise the debt ceiling and fund the government. They are the ones who chose to squander the trust of the American people on a spending spree that would waste trillions of dollars on liberal pet projects and a rapidly expanding welfare state. The Democrats have repeatedly claimed that these programs will make us happier, healthier, wealthier, freer, but in reality, their agenda has done nothing but make things worse. Historic spending has given rise to historic inflation that is on track to stay with us until the end of Joe Biden's presidency. In Tennessee, it's one of the things that I hear about most. Groceries are more expensive than ever. Gas prices are at a 7-year high. Rent has skyrocketed, along with natural gas prices, which are set to break a decade-old record just in time for colder weather to set in. It's bad for hard-working taxpayers. They're tired of it. According to the Wall Street Journal, not even a well-earned hourly raise will be enough to pull these workers out of the hole. Inflation is so bad it has negated the budget padding these people should be enjoying from bigger paychecks. pay adjusted for inflation, actually fell, Mr. President. It fell 0.5% in August. These aren't luxuries. The policies advocated by the Democrats have made life itself too expensive to afford. From the second they wake up in the morning to the moment that their head hits the pillow at night, the American people are bleeding cash, paying higher taxes, and some are beginning to lose hope. And still, the Democrats insist that if we surrender even more control, all will be well. Well, that talking point might work when you're talking to the camera, but it's not going to work on the people. It's not working on Tennesseans because they understand that ceding control means surrendering freedom, and freedom is about all that we have left. When I talk to Tennesseans, they're not holding back how they feel about this so-called transformative agenda. For them, this isn't just a battle of ideas. They're fighting a war against the onslaught of radical socialism. They're afraid of Joe Biden's runaway White House because they've seen how destructive the administration's unilateral decisions can be. They've watched thousands of jobs evaporate and the southern border turned into a lawless war zone because the president wanted it this way. So here's what Tennesseans want to know, Mr. President. If they can't trust the Democrats to do the bare minimum, why should they trust that even more spending and more centralized control and more big government will work out in their favor? They've had 8 months worth of proof that the exact opposite is true. This country might be hanging on by a thread. For my part, I'll listen to my fellow Tennesseans and will play no role in facilitating the erosion of freedom and the dignity of American life. I implore my colleagues in the majority, listen to the people. They have the right to live their lives on their own terms, not with lockdowns and mandates, on their terms. They don't want to have to depend on a government check to feed themselves or get their children back to school. There is a reason that our Constitution is one of the enumerated federal powers. It is not the place of Congress or the executive to flip this concept on its head and force the American people to justify their right to live free from this destructive cycle of debt and dependency. Our rights come from God, and I assure you, no government body could ever improve upon them. I yield the floor.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Bowman. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mr. Brown, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Asa. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blackburn, Brown, Coons, Kramer, Crapo, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hirono, King, Leahy, Reed, Rosen, Shaheen, Stabenow, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden. Ms. Smith, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Bozeman, Cotton, Tuberville. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Miss Ernst. No. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Miss Cinema, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Chester. Mr. Chester, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Rubio, Mr. Rubio. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 142, the nays are 286. The amendment is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on the Amendment 42, printed in Part C of House Report 117-125, offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the nays and ayes were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, printed in Part C of House Report number 117-125, offered by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island. Members will record their vote by electronic device.
Mr. Padilla, Mr. Padilla. Aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth. Aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell. Aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar. Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper. Aye.
The yeas are 72, the nays are 14. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 333, Karen Erica Donfried of the District of Columbia, to be an Assistant Secretary of State, signed by 18 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on nomination of Karen Erica Donfried of the District of Columbia to be an Assistant Secretary of State shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory. Under the rule, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Mr. Brasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines,
I was supposed to stay here, and then I had...
Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven,
I wish I could stay over Friday.
Mrs. Hyde-Smith,
I was usually down there for the weekend.
Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane,
How are you? Nice to see you.
Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Barrasso, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt, Bozeman, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, Klobuchar, Leahy, Lujan, Menendez, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Portman, Reed, Romney, Schatz, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Warren, and Young. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Braun, Cassidy, Ernst, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Paul, Rubio, Sass, Sullivan, Thune, and Tuberville. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, aye.
The yeas are 65, the nays are 21. The motion is agreed to. Yeah. Sir.
The United States has suffered a grave humiliation in Afghanistan. President Biden's disastrous withdrawal has brought shame to a nation that fought, bled, and sacrificed for 2 long decades after September 11th. Defeat can be imposed by an enemy, but humiliation is self-inflicted. And in this case, it was inflicted on America by the President of the United States. To the thousands of Americans who fought bravely in Afghanistan, I share your dismay, and I want to tell you this was not your fault. This failure was not caused by our exceptional troops who fought with courage and skill against a determined and ruthless enemy. Our warriors lost no battles and surrendered to no enemy. They fought on the highest summits of American armed conflict and descended into the darkest pits of evil. Our men and women in uniform made us proud and filled us with awe. This loss is not their loss. The debacle in Afghanistan also was not the fault of our people. The American people contributed hundreds of billions of dollars to a just cause and endured a prolonged conflict for almost a generation. No, our people and our warriors did not fail. Our leaders did. And none failed more conspicuously than a commander-in-chief who could not command events. Joe Biden has been paving the path to ruin for over a decade. Many have been wrong about the war in Afghanistan, but few have been more wrong more consistently than this president. During the Obama administration, Joe Biden wrongly argued that America could strike terrorists from over the horizon, wrongly set a public timeline for withdrawing our troops, and wrongly opposed the secret mission to kill Osama bin Laden. Yet he stood by when President Obama released several high-value Taliban officials from Guantanamo Bay in exchange for an American traitor, Bo Bergdahl. As president, Joe Biden has extended his perfect record of terrible judgment. He was wrong about evacuating Bagram Air Base, wrong about the likelihood that the Taliban would take over Afghanistan, and wrong that the Taliban cared about its international reputation. He also believed, wrongly and incredibly, that we could trust the Taliban to secure the Kabul airport and help us evacuate our people. The president's inexhaustible ineptitude has created this fiasco. According to official estimates, over 100 Americans and thousands of green card holders are currently stranded in a country run by terrorists. The much vaunted airlift that the president pretends is an extraordinary success, in his words, evacuated fewer than half of approved special immigrant visa holders. That includes thousands of Afghans who fought loyally alongside our troops and have now been abandoned to torture and execution at the hands of the Taliban. The allies of al-Qaeda now rule in Kabul. The Taliban is armed with billions of dollars of U.S. military equipment, and those Guantanamo Bay detainees, released under the Obama administration, now serve at the highest levels of the Afghan government. My office has received many first-hand reports of Taliban insurgents going house to house, hunting for American allies. Former Afghan pilots are especially high-risk targets who are being tracked down and brutally murdered. And of course, we've all seen the disturbing videos of desperate Afghans clinging to an American transport plane and plummeting to their death on the tarmac below. I will admit I had low expectation for Joe Biden's presidency, yet he still failed to meet them. When I served in Afghanistan, I saw the Taliban's grim handiwork up close. I witnessed the sacrifices of brave Americans and Afghans to prevent them from regaining power. So when this disaster unfolded, I determined to do whatever I could to get our people to safety. Soon after the fall of Kabul, my office established an email hotline for evacuation requests, created a war room to help those in need, and established contact with assets on the ground. Members of my team did everything from providing required forms and up-to-date information to helping orchestrate daring midnight evacuations. We facilitated the escape of high-ranking members of the Afghan government and military, along with wounded children and pregnant mothers, several of whom were being actively hunted by Taliban death squads. We also helped dozens of students from a Christian missionary school reach safety before they suffered the cruel treatment that Islamic terrorists reserve for so-called apostates and followers of the gospel. My staff worked around the clock, volunteering their time, energy, and on several occasions their own resources to help those in need. One aide repeatedly drove to Dulles Airport to deliver clothes to needy Afghans. Another sent school supplies to a recently returned second grader. All of us heard harrowing stories from the ground. A member of my team was on the phone with an American citizen as Taliban thugs attacked her and brutally assaulted her driver on their way to the airport. This same woman was on the phone with my office outside the Kabul airport when Taliban guards started shooting in the air, causing a stampede. Luckily, thanks to cooperation of my staff, military personnel at the gate were able to pull her to safety before she was potentially crushed by the stampeding mob. I would remind the Senate that Joe Biden and Tony Blinken empowered the men that beat and then almost killed an American citizen while a member of my office was literally on the phone with her. The extraordinary efforts of my staff in Washington and Arkansas produced exceptional results. From the beginning of the crisis to today, we contacted more than 2,500 individuals seeking assistance, helped more than 300 American citizens and legal permanent residents to safely evacuate, along with over 200 other vulnerable Afghans, many of whom were immediate family of those Americans and permanent residents. I want to thank my staff for their incredible and selfless work. I sincerely believe that these actions have redeemed in some measure the honor and trust that President Biden squandered this past month. And I also want to acknowledge the many other aides, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate, who also pitched in to help our fellow citizens. But for every tale of sacrifice, daring, courage that ended in a plane ride to safety, there were also tales of tragedy, heartbreak, and failure. Unfortunately, many of the wounds that we suffered during the Afghan withdrawal were once again self-inflicted. Those of us involved in the rescue effort had a front row seat to the Biden administration's ineptitude. I think it's worth recounting some of those stories as well. On one notable occasion, my office was contacted by a group of 3 American women who had traveled to a site that was reportedly being used to shuttle people to the airport for evacuation. When they arrived, a group of Taliban fighters pointed guns in their faces and refused to let them pass. The woman called a member of my staff for help, who promptly called the State Department for guidance. The State Department's initial response to Americans held at gunpoint was to ask whether they had filled out an online form to request evacuation. When my aide pressed the matter further, the State Department told them, "Our best advice is not to give advice." This casual indifference to the plight of American citizens was regrettably not an isolated incident. On a separate occasion, my staff learned that the State Department employee told an American citizen who refused to leave Afghanistan without her family that she was being really annoying right now. I suppose she was just one more inconvenient American spoiling Joe Biden's extraordinary success. On another occasion, I received a phone call from the ambassador of a country in the region. His government wanted to know what to do about dozens of American-trained Afghan soldiers and their families who had fled his country in order to escape the Taliban. The only problem was the ambassador's government couldn't get any senior official from the White House or the State Department to return their calls. Not so much as a thank you. Please hold what you got. We'll be back to help you soon. It was radio silence from America while the Taliban continued to demand the return of those troops. Thankfully, I was able to work with Senator Coons to get the message to the administration. After much confusion and delay, a State Department official finally returned the ambassador's call. I want to thank Senator Coons for his assistance. The episode is a reminder that this body still works and bipartisanship is possible even when the stakes are high. Even some members of the executive branch have acknowledged that the administration's policy has been a catastrophe. On more than one occasion, my staff received calls from officials in the government asking for our help to evacuate people from Afghanistan. In other words, members of the executive branch of the most powerful nation on earth were going to a lone, freelancing Senate office for help instead of their own State Department or their own White House. President Biden has refused to lead and refused to protect those he took an oath to protect. So it fell to the rest of us to shoulder the load and get these Americans to safety. Thankfully, Americans remain a generous and courageous people. We stepped up to meet this moment. Over the past few weeks, countless normal citizens volunteered to help people they had never met. Veterans reunited for one last mission to help their old battle buddies get to safety. And of course, thousands of American troops risked their lives to help others in a distant land far from home. 13 of them made the ultimate sacrifice on the noble mission to rescue their countrymen, who will never forget their sacrifice, and nor will we. They performed bravely a job that they never should have had to perform. Joe Biden's Afghanistan crisis will live in infamy as one of the worst strategic blunders in our nation's history. But the response of so many Americans to save their fellow citizens and our allies showed the very best of our country. I'm proud that my office was able to play some small part in that redemptive story. Poor leadership comes and goes, but our national character endures. Americans have shown that we are still capable of noble and heroic deeds, even and maybe especially when politicians in Washington fail in their duty. Our nation is still exceptional, even if the president is a mediocrity. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've been in session now about 11 hours, and we've taken up a handful of non-controversial nominees. The reason? The abuse by the Republicans of the rules of the Senate. Filibuster after filibuster that requires cloture votes. So we spend several hours on each of these nominations. Even worse, Republicans have abused the rules of the Senate to deny us in the Senate the ability to consider critical legislation that we should be taking up and acting on. There are many, many examples. I'll just cite a few. Justice and policing. We're all committed to reform our criminal justice system and our police system in order to deal with the values of our nation. I know that Senator Booker has worked tirelessly on this issue. We should be able to debate that bill on the floor of the United States Senate. But no, Republicans will require a cloture vote and will not give us the votes even to consider that legislation. Or consider gun safety, which we've been debating in the public for now decades. And the Republicans are continuing to use the rules of the Senate to deny the Senate the opportunity to take up issues and debate issues and see whether we can come together. Or take immigration reform, where we see the tragedies that are occurring, where we need to take action as a Senate. But no, the Republicans won't give us the votes so we can get on a bill and debate issues, take up amendments, and see whether we can't get something done on immigration. And now they're threatening to use the filibuster on the legislation that would extend the debt ceiling so that we don't default on our debt in regards to monies that have been spent with the initiation and support of our Republican colleagues, and they're threatening to deny us the opportunity to take up that bill and vote on it by the use of the filibuster, even though they were the ones that created the spending and debt, or the continuation of our government. But top on my list is safeguarding our election system, the bedrock of our democracy. On 2 occasions, Senate Democrats voted unanimously to simply begin debate on protecting the right to vote in our democracy, which has come under sustained assault in the aftermath of the 2020 elections. Both times, all Senate Republicans blocked even beginning the debate on this critical legislation. Senate Republicans put gridlock and partisanship before the rights of voters. The Senate is being blocked from having the chance to consider options and amendments and do what the Founding Fathers intended us to do, legislate. So my Senate Republican colleagues will have another chance to do the right thing, thanks to Leader Schumer and Senator Klobuchar. Over the August recess, they worked diligently to come up with compromise legislation that still preserves the essential elements of S1, the For the People Act, and has already passed the House of Representatives. President Biden is absolutely correct that we need to enact voting right legislation to repair the damage done by the Supreme Court to the Voting Rights Act. President Biden rightly called efforts to limit ballot access across the country as the 21st century Jim Crow assault. He warned Americans that the Republicans' effort to restrict voting rights as a result of their selfish challenge of the 2020 election results were the most significant test of our democracy since the Civil War. Indeed, my colleagues witnessed firsthand the violence, insurrection at the Capitol when the mob attacked, injured and killed our brave Capitol police officers who put their lives on the line to preserve our very democracy and union. In many states, legislatures and governors have responded to the falsehoods of the 2020 election by restricting voting accessibility. The big lie repeated by President Trump has directly led to disenfranchisement and suppression of the right to vote to millions of Americans. I urge my colleagues and my fellow American citizens to reflect on the state of our democracy and the rights we hold dear. A blatant attempt to falsify an election and persistent effort to deny the American people access to the ballot box has undermined the freedom and liberty that so many Americans have fought to defend and advance. Voting rights is a fundamental issue of importance to a democratic country. After elections are over and we win, we celebrate. We celebrate the fact that we've gotten the support of the majority of voters, and that was what democracy is all about. And if we don't win, I think many of us have been involved in campaigns where our candidates were not successful. We go to work to try to attract more voters in the next election so we can celebrate a victory. That's what participation in a free society is all about. That's what democracies are about. In repressive autocratic regimes, they never accept the will of the people. So you look at ways in which they can undermine the voting record, what the voters want to do, and the voters will. In the 2020 elections, we should all celebrate the record number of people who cast their ballots. It was a record, and the most ever Americans casting their votes for the presidency of the United States. There were repeated reviews done by both Democrats and Republicans at the federal, state, and local level. It all verified the simple fact that there was no widespread corruption or election fraud. The will of the people prevailed, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were duly elected. Congress and Vice President Pence counted the electoral votes for President and Vice President and did their duty under the Constitution on January 6, notwithstanding the armed insurrection in the Capitol. But that did not stop former President Trump in promoting the big lie. As a result of that, several states have now taken action to make it harder for people to cast their votes. The Brennan Center has pointed out that we've seen the worst assault on voting rights since Jim Crow. So what have these laws done? Made it more difficult for voters to vote by mail, recognizing that for many voters they prefer to vote by mail. We have states that have had 100% voting by mail. There have been no indications of fraud in voting by mail. States have shortened the time for requesting mail-in ballots for voting, making it more difficult for individuals to be able to vote by mail, requiring certain requirements to vote by mail, making it more difficult to deliver their mail ballots, limiting the availability of ballot drop boxes. Why do states take these actions? Because it makes it more difficult for people who are likely to vote for their political opponents to vote. That's what these state legislatures were doing. Stricter signature requirements, making in-person voting more difficult, purging voting rolls simply because a person did not vote, and again, making it more difficult for people to vote. That should have no place in a democracy. And it goes on and on. in terms of the types of legislation that have already passed or is currently being considered by many state legislatures around our country. Making it more difficult to register to vote, making it more difficult to vote, targeting potential voters more likely to vote for their opponents, targeting minorities, young voters and older minority voters is a disturbing trend we see across this country and has no place in our democracy. The Freedom to Vote Act provides a basic federal floor on protection of the right to vote. This legislation includes common sense items such as automatic and online voter registration, uniform early voting, same-day voter registration, vote by mail and drop box standards, and uniform national standards for voter identification. These are simple voter protection measures against the actions being taken by state legislatures that are aimed at certain demographic groups and set a federal floor. The Freedom to Vote Act ends political gerrymandering. I don't know how many of my colleagues can defend the way that legislative and congressional lines are drawn today. Congressional districts should represent the community's interests, not an individual congressman's interests. The Freedom to Vote Act takes a major step forward in ending political gerrymandering by creating nonpartisan redistricting reform and banning partisan gerrymandering and allowing states to choose how to develop redistricting plans, including having an independent redistricting commission. In terms of election integrity, the Freedom to Vote Act requires voter-verified paper ballots, reliable audits, and voting system upgrades. I think we all would agree that we want to be able to verify votes. The only way we can is if there's a paper trail, and it provides for that paper trail. The measure takes steps to prevent state election subversion, to better insulate state and local officials who administer federal elections after the attempts by both domestic and foreign interference in the 2020 election results. This legislation reduces the dominance of big money in the political system. It does this in a couple ways. One, disclosure. How could anyone be against the disclosure of who's putting money into our political system? And secondly, by providing a way in which we can weaken the dependence on large special interest dollars. The legislation requires super PACs, 501c4 groups, and other organizations spending money on elections to disclose donors, and shuts down the use of transfers between organizations to cloak the identity of contributors. It ensures that political ads sold online have the same transparency and disclosure requirements as ads sold on TV, radio, and satellite. S. 2747 includes two provisions I authored. First, it includes the Democracy Restoration Act, which deals with laws passed after the end of slavery in an effort to prevent African Americans from voting. These states that passed laws back then that are still in the books that disqualify for a lifetime a person convicted of a felony. The definition of a felony is pretty general in many states. So we have states where 1 out of 5 African Americans have been disqualified from voting because of their conviction of a felony, even though they are fully part of our society today. They don't have the right to vote. We need to remove that disqualification on voting. I am pleased that my Deceptive Practices and Voter Intimidation Prevention Act is included as a provision in the legislation. The spreading of false or misleading information intended to suppress voting and intimidate the electorate remains one of the most regularly employed and effective methods used to keep individuals, particularly Black Americans and other racial minorities, from voting. Advancements in communication, including the rise of social media platforms, have made it easier for bad actors to use these strategies. For example, the targeting of Latino voters in Florida with disinformation was widely documented. This provision prohibits individuals from knowingly deceiving others about the time, place, eligibility, or procedures of participating in a federal election. It criminalizes efforts to intentionally hinder, interfere with, or prevent any person from voting, registering to vote, or aiding a person to vote or register to vote. My friend and former colleague was the late John Lewis of Georgia. The two of us were elected to the House of Representatives on the same day. In an editorial published after his death, Representative Lewis recalled an important lesson taught by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I quote our former colleague when he said, "Each of us has a moral obligation to stand up, and speak out. When you see something that is not right, you must say something. You must do something. Democracy is not a state, it is an act, and each generation must do its part." Well, we cannot take action if we don't start. And we cannot start unless my colleagues allow us to proceed to this issue on the floor of the United States Senate. Mr. President, I urge my colleagues not to filibuster the right of the United States Senate to start the debate on protecting voter integrity, where each member will have the opportunity to debate the issue and collectively we can come together. Many of my colleagues have offered suggestions about how we can further improve S-2747, how we can make it even a broader consensus. Let's build on the work done by Senator Klobuchar and her colleagues over the August recess. But we cannot do that unless we have the right to proceed to a debate. I urge my colleagues to support taking up the Freedom to Vote Act, which is a critical issue to the preservation of our democracy and the integrity of our right to vote. With that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I'd like to discuss now how Nord Stream 2 is an unprecedented example, a contemporary example, of bipartisan unity. Democrats and Republicans both know that Nord Stream 2 is a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea for Europe, and it's a terrible idea for the United States. Here are several examples of the bipartisan agreement we have. It's been commonplace to say that bipartisanship doesn't exist, but Nord Stream 2 refutes that. The first wave of sanctions, authored by me and by Senator Shaheen, goes back to the summer of 2019. At a July 31st hearing, several Democrats spoke out against Nord Stream 2 and in support of the Cruz-Shaheen sanctions to stop it. Here's some of the things they said. Senator Menendez said, quote, "I think the international community must stand firm against opening more doors and creating new opportunities for further Kremlin aggression in Ukraine, leading to the loss of life. The Russian Federation has repeatedly used its energy resources as a lever of power, and I believe Nord Stream 2 is no exception. Not only will it considerably strengthen the Kremlin's stranglehold on Europe, but it allows Moscow to further undermine Ukraine's sovereignty and stability." Senator Shaheen said, "We have heard in our office directly from other countries in Eastern and Central Europe and the Baltics and many of the Nordic states, and of course, especially Ukraine, who understand that this pipeline is an effort to increase reliance on Russia among Europe. And I would argue that this does nothing to strengthen the transatlantic alliance, the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. In fact, it actually decreases support for the alliance." Here's what Senator Coons from Delaware said, quote, "I, like many of us, have been to Ukraine, remain gravely concerned about Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine and the ways in which Russia finances its aggression through the use of its sole remaining export of any interest, which is energy." Senator Menendez was right. Senator Shaheen was right. Senator Coons was right. That consensus is held for over 2 years, Democrats and Republicans. even through the Biden administration's catastrophic decision to greenlight the pipeline and to give a multi-billion-dollar gift to Vladimir Putin. This issue was central to a June 8th meeting of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee after Biden had defied U.S. law and given a multi-billion-dollar gift to Putin. Here's what Senator Menendez said after Biden acted. Quote, "I think many of us, on a bipartisan basis, were deeply concerned about the administration's decisions to waive sanctions on Nord Stream 2 AG. I would have thought that one of the most significant ways to show strength is to ensure that the pipeline is killed." Mr. President, Senator Menendez was right. Senator Merkley even condemned the pipeline for issues he said were directly related to climate change, which is something Biden officials claim is utterly sacrosanct in this administration. The consensus, even after the Biden administration formally announced that it had struck a deal surrendering entirely to Russia on the pipeline, nonetheless, we saw the bipartisan consensus remain. On July 21st, Senator Kaine said, quote, "I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it in terms of Russian politics, and I'm not happy about it in terms of climate change." Senator Kaine was right. Senator Shaheen said she was, quote, "skeptical that the agreement will be sufficient when the key player at the table, Russia, refuses to play by the rules." Mr. President, Senator Shaheen was right. She was right to be skeptical that the agreement from the Biden administration, mind you, will be sufficient when the key player at the table, Russia, refuses to play by the rules. And I would note that the consensus wasn't limited to the Senate. On the other side of the Capitol, in the U.S. House of Representatives, that same sentiment was broadly echoed, both during the previous administration and during the current administration. At the beginning of my push for the Cruz-Shaheen sanctions in 2019, Democratic Representative Engel said, quote, Russia has weaponized its energy resources, expanding into European markets and creating greater and greater dependency, particularly with projects such as the Nord Stream 2. Representative Engel was right. Several years later, after the announcement of President Biden's complete surrender to Russia on Nord Stream 2, Representative Kaptur told a Polish newspaper that she and much of the House of Representatives were disappointed with the deal. She said, quote, "I am very disappointed by the Biden administration's willingness to allow Russian gas to reach the heart of Europe via Nord Stream 2, endangering energy security. We consider this a dangerous project from a security point of view." Representative Kaptur was right. Supporters of the Biden administration will say, well, then of course everybody opposes Nord Stream 2, but there's no way to stop it. Mr. President, that excuse is disingenuous. That excuse is laughable on its face. Now, why is that? Because it's the identical excuse that was central to the Russian disinformation 2 years ago. The summer of 2019, when I first authored the bipartisan sanctions to stop Nord Stream 2, the Russian disinformation campaign in Europe was predicated on the proposition the pipeline is 90% complete. And they said, gosh, you can't stop it. There's nothing you can do to stop it. They halted construction of the pipeline 15 minutes before our bipartisan sanctions were signed into law. And for over a year, the pipeline lay dormant as a hunk of metal in the bottom of the sea. So every time the Biden administration says it was too far along, we couldn't stop it. You know what? It was just as far along in December of 2019, and we stopped it then. It was just as far along in January of 2020, and we stopped it then. We stopped it in February. We stopped it in March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. It wasn't until January 24th, 4 days after Joe Biden took the oath of office, that Russia resumed building the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. The only reason they couldn't stop it is because Joe Biden wanted to surrender to Putin. Because the answer is, Mr. President, Republicans and Democrats in this chamber had stopped it for over a year, until Joe Biden came in and turned victory into defeat. Until Joe Biden came in and offered complete capitulation. And might I note, in exchange for nothing. Let me ask you, Mr. President, what did the Biden administration get in exchange for a multi-billion-dollar gift? And not a one-time gift, a gift every year for decades in perpetuity. What did the Biden administration get? Not a damn thing. Nothing. It was simply a complete capitulation. Surrender. Now, defenders of the Biden administration will say, well, maybe we could have stopped it a few months ago, before the pipeline was complete. But in between January and this month, the Russian efforts built the pipeline, and they just announced it's complete. So now we should surrender, right? There's nothing that can be done about it. Well, that, in fact, is not true. That is a second wave of disinformation. Now, why is that true? That's not true because before the pipeline can go online, there are a series of certifications that are required. Nord Stream 2 AG, the company that's responsible for planning, construction, and eventual operation of Nord Stream 2, needs to be granted formal permission as a gas transmitter. There are many regulatory hurdles in their way, hurdles that have not yet been cleared. The process at a minimum should take many months, and the process could be derailed at any time. First, there has to be an inspection process. Each of Nord Stream 2's strings have to be inspected to make sure there are no leaks. And part of that requires confirming that the pipelines were installed correctly. Part of that has already begun with air. Nobody knows how it's been going. Then, there has to be an additional technical certification. This will be extremely difficult for Nord Stream 2 AG because the bipartisan sanctions legislation that I wrote and passed with Senator Shaheen and that Congress passed imposes mandatory sanctions on anyone who certifies the pipeline for operation. Now, pause and think about that for a second. Pipeline can't go into effect unless it is certified. United States law, passed overwhelmingly by Democrats and Republicans in this Congress, signed into law in the U.S. Code, says anyone who certifies it faces mandatory crushing sanctions from the United States. The company that was originally going to certify it withdrew after the sanctions became law. The only way that a different company would dare to certify is if they believe the Biden administration would look the other way, would bless their certification in outright defiance of U.S. law. And then, apart from the technical issues, Nord Stream 2 AG still has to be certified as a gas transmission operator as a matter of regulation and law. That should take, at a minimum, many months and require delicate negotiations between the company and the regulators. You know, what's striking is everything that I'm saying has been said by the Biden administration. So right now, their talking points are, there's nothing we can do, it's a done deal, we've surrendered, we've given up, there's nothing we can do. But when they were in the process of surrendering, they said everything I've just told you. Until recently, even the top officials of the Biden administration acknowledged that physical completion of Nord Stream 2 didn't make its activation a fait accompli. On June 8th, Secretary of State Blinken testified that, quote, even when the pipeline is physically complete, for it to go into operation, it still requires insurance, it still requires various permits, and we are looking very carefully at all of that. Secretary Blinken said that, quote, it was too late to stop the joining of those pipes. Its operation is another matter. Well, Secretary Blinken was wrong that it was too late to stop the joining of the pipes because we stopped them for over a year until Biden surrendered to Putin. But he wasn't wrong when he said we could still stop the operation of it. Given these requirements and this timeline, the path for America is obvious. We should sanction Nord Stream 2 AG, the parent company of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. That will automatically isolate the company. And it will signal our readiness to follow the law, to impose more sanctions, and to ensure that everyone knows that involvement with Putin's pipeline brings with it crippling company-ending sanctions. Indeed, that's exactly why Congress has repeatedly passed legislation, bipartisan legislation, to stop this pipeline. But instead of obeying the law, President Biden decided brazenly and willfully to defy federal law, to defy Congress's mandate. In May, President Biden transmitted a report to Congress that acknowledged, yes, he was obliged to impose sanctions on Nord Stream 2 AG for violating the sanctions that Congress had passed, and passed overwhelmingly. But instead of imposing those mandatory sanctions on Nord Stream 2 AG, given the clear and unequivocal intent of Congress, the Biden administration chose instead to waive them. It was a disastrous decision. It was a decision based on weakness and capitulation to Russia, and it hurt our friends and allies in Europe, and it hurt the United States of America. It's a decision that can be reversed. Right now, the pipeline, if this pipeline goes into effect, will be the Biden-Putin pipeline. It doesn't have to be. This was designed at the outset to be the Putin pipeline. And when it was the Putin pipeline, we stopped it. Republicans stopped it, Democrats stopped it. We came together at a time of partisan division, and we said together, giving billions of dollars to Putin, to Russia, for aggressive military hostility, subjecting Europe to energy blackmail, making Europe dependent on Putin's gas, and destroying American jobs is bad all around. And Congress succeeded. It was the Putin pipeline until January 24th, 2021. Joe Biden had just been sworn into office, and Putin, after a year of dormancy, began building the pipeline again because Biden had already signaled he intended to capitulate. When we convene next week, I'm going to discuss in greater detail the compromise that I have offered to the Biden administration and Senate Democrats to move forward on more of their nominees if they accept a compromise solution on Nord Stream 2. The Biden administration has had this compromise offer for 2 months, and they've done nothing with it. But I would suggest something right now. In the course of my remarks, I've read quote after quote after quote from Senate Democrats. Senate Democrats know this pipeline is a disaster for America. Senate Democrats know that surrendering to Putin is bad for America. But Senate Democrats are scared to stand up to a Democratic president. I can tell you when we had a Republican president, President Trump, there were some in the Trump administration that resisted these bipartisan sanctions. And as a Republican, I was perfectly willing to stand up to a Republican administration for those who were resisting these sanctions and to press them hard. And so my request to my Democratic colleagues is show that you actually believe what you said in 2019 and 2020 and 2021. Show that you care about U.S. national security. Let's stand together and let's reclaim that bipartisan consensus we've had for 2 years, that Nord Stream 2 is bad for America and bad for our allies. I yield the floor.
Cloture having been invoked, the clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of State. Karen Erica Donfried of the District of Columbia to be an Assistant Secretary of State.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I'd like to speak in support of Ms. Monica Medina's nomination to be Assistant Secretary of State for the Bureau of Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs. I've known Monica for more than 30 years and can say without a shred of doubt that she is the most qualified and competent candidate to fill this position. She has worked for decades across multiple administrations on issues of environmental law and policy. She understands well the interconnected world we live in and knows the 21st century U.S. foreign policy goes not simply beyond the water's edge, but to the seas and the skies and the sands of the world where universal threats and their solutions lie. Monica is a proven public servant through and through. Over the years, she's fought for what matters most. For example, during her time at the Defense Department, she worked to end discriminatory practices against women in the military, to provide them with opportunities that were previously closed to them simply because of their gender. After her time at DOD, she continued the track record of fighting for what's most important by calling out the connection between illegal wildlife trafficking and organized criminal networks confronting illegal fishing that is too often tied to global piracy and human rights violations. Her expertise in globe-spanning threats to our national security are exactly why former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta and the Center for Strategic and International Studies have turned to her as an expert and advisor, because she knows that we can't protect ourselves at home without a robust strategy abroad. Throughout her career, she has proven to be a pragmatic and solutions-focused public servant by working across the aisle and with stakeholders from different states and industries in the United States to find ways to protect our oceans and our ocean economy. After the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, Monica collaborated with 5 Republican governors of affected states to get $1 billion in restoration funds from oil company BP so that states could quickly start rebounding from the disaster. Her work at NOAA was praised by groups like the Seafood Harvesters of America, who support her experience and legacy of protecting our oceans and the workers and communities that depend upon them. Louis Pasteur once said, "Science knows no country because knowledge belongs to humanity and is the torch which illuminates the world. Science is the highest personification of the nation because that nation will remain the first, which carries the furthest the works of thought and intelligence." Monica Medina has dedicated her career to promoting America's excellence in these 2 realms, the tools of science and the values of humanity, because it is there where America's promise to the world can be found. I want to reiterate very strongly that she has served every mission, she has fulfilled every goal that she has been given, and every discussion that she's ever had has always resulted in people holding us in the highest regard by the key stakeholders in every issue she has touched. I want to reiterate my strong support for her nomination and hope my colleagues will join me in confirming her for this important position. I yield back, Mr. President.
374, 375, 376, 377, 378, 379, 380, 381, 382, 383, 384, 385, 386, 387, 388, 389, 390, 391, 392, 393, 394, 395, 396, 397, 398, 399, 400, 401, 402, 403, 404, 405, 406, 407, 408, 409, 410, 411, 412, 413, 414, 415, 416, 417, 418, 419, 420, 421, 422, 423, 424, 425, 426, 427, 428.
Sir, yielding back of time on the Donfried nomination, the Senate vote on the motions to invoke cloture on the Medina, Fee, Robinson, and Lewis nominations. That if closure is invoked on any of the nominations listed, all post-closure time be considered expired, and the vote on confirmation of those nominations occur at a time and in an order to be determined by the majority leader following consultation with the Republican leader, with 1 hour for debate equally divided prior to each vote, and the Republican debate be controlled by Senator Cruz.
Is there objection? Without objection.
For the information of the Senate, we expect 4 roll call votes beginning at around 8 p.m. Those votes will be cloture on the Medina, Fee, Robinson, and Lewis nominations. Mr. President, I'm glad that we are coming to some conclusion this evening with respect to a handful of the long list of pending nominations for the State Department and the Department of Defense. But it is a small portion of a list that is growing bigger and bigger. Never before has a first-term president had this few national security nominees in place by the fall of his first year. And this is a growing national security crisis imposed on the country by Republicans who have decided to put their hatred of Democrats and this president ahead of the security of this country, above the security of this nation. And it just takes a lot of chutzpah for my colleagues to stand here on the floor and criticize the president's conduct of foreign policy at the same time that they are refusing to allow the president to have staff to conduct foreign policy. Let me say that again. We have all sorts of Republicans coming down here and savaging the president's policy on Afghanistan or on China or on Russia, but then at the exact same time taking extraordinary steps to prevent the president from having anybody to actually implement policies towards Afghanistan or Russia or China. It's akin to standing up in a restaurant and complaining about how slow the service is right after you went and barricaded the doors in and out of the kitchen. My colleagues can't have it both ways. You want to complain about the president's policies towards China? Then stop standing in the way of allowing him to have personnel that can execute on sound policy. Stop standing in the way of the assistant secretary that will oversee policy in the region. Complaints about Afghanistan, then why are we continuing to block those that would be in charge of refugee policy, in charge of resettlement policy to get more Afghans out of the country? Got complaints about Russia? Well, for a month, Republicans have been blocking the key personnel who oversee policy towards Russia, whether it be the Assistant Secretary of Europe or our ambassador to NATO. Here's what voters are left to wonder. Are these sincere objections based upon policy, or is this really about an intentional effort to try to undermine the security of this country in order to damage Joe Biden? I don't know the answer to that question, but I can't figure out any plausible reason how this benefits the country. Never before has a minority gone to this lengths to try to undermine a president's national security team. Every single Democrat had massive objections, moral and practical, to President Trump's foreign policy. But not a single one of us contemplated doing what our Republican colleagues are doing right now, holding up every single one of Donald Trump's ambassadors and nominees, because we knew that that would undermine the security of the country, because there are differences that we have, but there are far more points of agreement where mid-level civil servants and ambassadors are carrying out policies on behalf of America that Republicans and Democrats agree on. Here's the list of nominees that are stuck. What does the chief of protocol have to do with Nord Stream 2? What does the ambassador to Vietnam have to do with the senator from Texas's objections over an oil pipeline? Why are we blocking the assistant administrator to the United States Agency for International Development? Nothing that's happening here has anything to do with the security of this country. And so I'm glad we are unlocking a handful of nominees, but we're going to be here on Thursdays and Fridays and Saturdays and Sundays. I'm going to advocate that we stay as long as it takes in order to protect this country, in order to stop this unprecedented blockade of the people who do the work of standing up for the security of this nation every single day. One of the critiques that has been lodged here today is about the president's proposal and his execution of his proposal to wind down the 20-year war in Afghanistan. In fact, one of my colleagues says until the Secretary of State resigns, he will continue to block all Department of Defense and State Department nominees, knowing that that is not going to happen. And so I do want to spend a few minutes this evening talking about the real story behind President Biden's decision to bring a 20-year war that has cost this country $2 trillion, has costed this nation thousands of lives, has ended up in hundreds of thousands of Afghans being killed. Let's just be very clear at the outset. President Biden's decision to bring U.S. troops home from Afghanistan is wildly popular, supported by 3 out of 4 Americans. And I want to talk about the danger of what has happened over the course of the last 2 months with this critique of the president's withdrawal plan. Some of it is legitimate, but some of it is really dangerous. So in 2009, President Obama planned to send a whole bunch of additional troops into Afghanistan. It was Obama's surge. The idea that we would plus up our troops there, we would partner with diplomats and aid administrators. It was a means to try to conquer and then hold territory in Afghanistan that had been taken by the Taliban. It was a really good plan. It had all sorts of counterinsurgency buzzwords. The PowerPoint looked really sharp. It was endorsed by a lot of smart foreign policy thinkers. But then it was a total flop. It didn't work. I saw it in person. In 2011, I went out to a small town in western Afghanistan where the surge was taking place, where a group of U.S. soldiers had taken back territory that had been previously controlled by the Taliban. And we got a tour of this small town called Parmakan. And the elders in that town told us that the Taliban forced them to grow poppy that then was given or sold to the Taliban, used to fuel and fund the Taliban's insurgency against the United States. And now that the U.S. troops were there, poppy was still being grown in the fields. It was still being sold to the Taliban. The difference was that now the Taliban wasn't stealing it. The Taliban was paying a fairer price for the poppy. But we were still protecting the fields, a crop that was being sold to our enemy to finance the insurgency against us. A very clear, concrete example of how a plan that looked really good on paper wasn't playing out to our national security benefit in reality. Afghanistan wasn't a failure of execution. It was a failure of hubris. We came to believe that we could do something in Afghanistan that was, in reality, unachievable, though on paper, achievable. This idea that we could build an American-style democracy, an American-style military on the other side of the world, amidst a culture we did not understand, turned out to be an impossibility. But general after general, administration after administration, we refused to accept that reality. We believed that America could accomplish this feat, despite the fact that year after year, especially in the last decade, the Taliban got stronger, the amount of territory they conquered was bigger, the ability of the Taliban, the ability of the Afghan military and government to be able to deliver services and protect the people became less and less. One would think that the overnight collapse of the Afghan government and security forces on the 15th of August would have finally broken the back of this American execute better thinking, this belief that if we just fine-tune the plan once again, we'll be able to do the impossible. But it's clear that, in fact, the opposite has happened. That since the fall of the Afghan government and military, there's been new life infused into the architects and to the cheerleaders of American military hubris's arguments. The scenes from the Kabul airport in the weeks following the Afghan government's disintegration, they were devastating to watch. The stories of young girls and human rights activists desperately clamoring for a route out of the country, they were heartbreaking to hear. But the idea that the United States of America, a country located on the other side of the world from Kabul, could manage this unexpected collapse in a way that didn't produce panic and confusion, or that we would be able to evacuate and find a home outside of the country for every Afghan that wanted to leave, it was, unfortunately, the same kind of magical thinking that got us into this mess in the first place, that kept us there for 10 years too long. It is just as illusory as the now proven fantasy trumpeted by war hawks that America could build and train an Afghan government and military into a new version of their American counterparts. And we risk falling into this trap again, believing that America can do things abroad that are beyond our reach. There are plenty of fights that are winnable. There is plenty of good that America can do, but there are limits, especially limits to our authority when we are leading with military intervention. There are no doubt that there were mistakes made throughout the period of evacuation of U.S. forces and diplomats from Afghanistan. There's no way you run a mission that complicated without going back and finding things that you would have done differently. But in the end, we got 130,000 people out. That's the single biggest airlift of Americans and partners, certainly in our lifetime and likely in the history of this country. It's hard to argue with those results in the end. 130,000 Americans and Afghans taken out in a period of 2 weeks when America controlled only the airport and no territory around it because of the disintegration of the Afghan military. But for many in Washington, many in the foreign policy consensus, many of the folks that wanted to stay in Afghanistan forever, they say 130,000 wasn't good enough. But what's their specific complaint? Some of them say that the scenes at the airport of chaos were Joe Biden's fault. Well, that's maybe the most nonsensical of the arguments. Because once the Afghan military and government fell apart overnight, there was nothing that a couple thousand American troops and diplomats were going to be able to do to prevent that chaos. You can argue that the United States should have seen that collapse coming, but the Afghan people didn't have access to our intelligence. The Afghan people didn't know that that was all going to fall apart overnight. And so, of course, when they heard that the United States was running flights out of Kabul, there was going to be a mad rush to the airport. It just doesn't make any sense to suggest that a couple thousand Americans inside Afghanistan were going to be able to prevent some very chaotic scenes on the ground. Other critics set a lower bar. They say that, well, the president couldn't have prevented the chaos, but he should have managed the evacuation better. And again, I'll concede that there are things that could have been done better, but let's just talk about what the scene looked like on the ground. Let's talk about the reality. The reality is that the Taliban controlled the entire city outside of the airport. And when your enemy controls 99% of the country that you're trying to evacuate, unfortunately, many of the decisions about how the evacuation goes and how efficient or effective it is are outside of your control. The idea that in 2 weeks we were going to be able to manage a seamless evacuation of the country when our enemy controlled 99% of it are ludicrous. Again, there's no doubt that things could have been done better. But in the end, we got 130,000 Americans out. We were very creative about the means and the methods by which we used to get our people home. Another criticism is that the president didn't get everybody out. Well, let's just remember what happened in the months leading up to the evacuation. 19 different times the Biden administration told Americans who were there that things were going to get bad and they should leave. Now, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do everything within our power to try to get those Americans out who didn't listen to those reminders, but it does mean that the president doesn't bear all of the blame for those that stayed after having reminded them over a dozen times that it was probably time to leave. And it's a little difficult to hear this righteous indignation from Republicans about the president not getting more Afghans out when it is the Republican Party that is standing in the way of these refugees coming to the United States. Many of the same critics of the president's Afghanistan policy are the exact same Republicans that are right now saying that their state isn't going to take any Afghan refugees. You can't have it both ways. You can't criticize the president for not getting more of our partners out, but then say that they shouldn't go any further than an airplane hangar in Doha, that your state isn't going to take any of these evacuees, any of these refugees. And lastly, the most recent argument by this execute better crowd, the folks that think that just like we could have succeeded in Afghanistan if we stayed another 10 years, we could have run a perfect and beautiful looking evacuation in the midst of a country in chaos, is that America could have stayed indefinitely because the option somehow became much less costly and much less risky in 2021. These are the folks that say we should have kept a couple thousand troops there and everything would have been fine. President Trump negotiated with the Taliban. The deal was that he would draw down to 2,500 troops and then everybody else would leave in 2021. In exchange, the Taliban said, we won't attack U.S. forces and we will not advance on provincial capitals. So when Joe Biden came to office, that was his reality. There was only a couple thousand troops left. The Taliban had gobbled up immense amounts of territory during the Trump administration, and they stood right outside of these capitals. Had Joe Biden chosen to walk away from that deal, hostilities would have begun between the United States and the Taliban. And I have listened to generals tell us for the last 10 years that there is no way that the United States could protect its own forces and stand up an effective Afghan military operation with less than 8,500. All of a sudden, 2,500 was enough when for years the military was telling us, if you get down below 10,000, you're in big trouble. But that doesn't even speak to the new reality that greeted us in 2021. That was the Taliban, now not just out in the hinterlands, not just fighting for control of rural Afghanistan, but on the precipice of these cities, ready to get involved in complicated, deadly urban warfare. That argues for the number not being 8,500, but being twice that or 3 times that, likely would have been necessary in order to buttress and stand up and support the Afghan military when street fighting happened inside these provincial capitals. 2,500 wasn't going to be enough. Of course, the real desire for most of these execute better thinkers was for America to just stay. Now, I know folks bristle at this phrase, forever war. A lot of folks that say we should have kept 2,500, 5,000 there, they say that we weren't going to stay forever. They just say we should stay until we finish the job, which is defined as establishing an American-style representative government and an American-style unified military command. But if we couldn't accomplish that in 20 years, the longest U.S. war in history, why on earth do we think that things would have changed after another 5 or another 10? My belief is that the goal that we set out was unfortunately impossible, which is why that PowerPoint slide reads, we stay in Afghanistan until it's stable. Well, reality reads, stay forever. It's worth reminding that Americans overwhelmingly supported this plan to withdraw because they had seen how the plans never matched up with reality on the ground. And it was ultimately their sons' and daughters' blood that was going to be spilled. It was their money that was going to be spent. The real danger is casually coming to this collective American conclusion that just like our occupation was possible but executed poorly, that the withdrawal was simply a failure of planning rather than an inevitability given the circumstances handed to President Biden and his team. There are some military missions that cannot be completed, no matter how smart the planners are. This lesson has got to be learned, or we're destined to suffer more Iraqs and more Afghanistans. And finally, I'll end with this. It's worth noting, and I said this earlier, that just because the mission we set out to achieve in Afghanistan was not possible, that doesn't mean that everything else is impossible. That doesn't mean that America can't be a force for good in the world. Our experience in Afghanistan is not a reason to disappear from global engagement. Just because this big thing wasn't possible doesn't mean that every big thing is impossible. And so my hope is that by withdrawing from Afghanistan, we allow for the Biden administration and administrations to follow to be able to pivot to contests and fights that we can win, to put more effort into contesting Chinese expansionism, or to put more effort into providing non-military aid to organic local democracy.
Did not realize this was on all day long. You guys are lucky. Tell you what I'm going to do, though, everyone on social media. Goodbye. I'm going to end this on social media for all the YouTube, Facebook, everyone but Rumble, because apparently Rumble accidentally turned on. So that's live. I'm going to wait like 5 minutes or 2 or 3 minutes, let it all cancel out, and then I'm going to start my evening show. So we'll see you in just a few minutes. There'll be a new link for everyone. So click on my name. If you're watching on Facebook, click on the name. If you're watching on YouTube, click on the name and just refresh in like 2 minutes. Thanks. We'll see ya. Everyone on PTNN and Rumble, nothing's going to happen to you. You're staying live. Twitch.